Call of the House been properly moved and sustained. Will the Sergeant at Arms please close the doors? Members, please indicate your presence by pressing your buttons. Wherever they might be.
Representatives Arndt, Becker J, Becker K, Buck, Conti, Coram, Danielson, Del Grosso, Dorr, Everett, Garnett, Hamner, Humphrey, Joshi, Landgraf, Lawrence, Lebsock, Leonard, Lundin, Moreno, Nordberg, Pedersen, Primavera, Priola, Rankin, Ransom, Sane, Van Winkle, Vigil, Willett, Williams.
Another movie. I just was wondering, do I need to hang around for 5 minutes or?
No, you have five free minutes.
I have 5 free minutes? Awesome, thank you.
That's weird. That's so odd. That's weird that they didn't say that. That's okay, she's figuring it out.
Hi.
Hi.
Wait, are we
What are you doing?
Do I
Representatives Becker J, Conti, Coram, Danielson, Del Grosso, Dorr, Joshi, Landgraf, Lawrence, Nordberg, Primavera, Priola, Rankin, Ransom, Van Winkle, Vigil, and Willett.
Madam Majority Leader,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lift the call of the House.
the motion is to lift the call of the House. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Madam Majority Leader.
All right, let's go ahead and get to business. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of conference committee reports HJR 1019 and HB 1422.
The motion is to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of HJR 1019 and HB 1422. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of HJR 1019.
House Joint Resolution 1019, Representative Fields, also Senator Tate, concerning designation of May 2nd, 2016 as Children's Health Day in Colorado.
Representative Fields.
Madam Speaker, I move that the conference committee be discharged and that the House concede with the position of House JR 1019.
The motion before the House is to receive from our position on HJR 1019 and discharge the conference committee. Is there further discussion on this? Please proceed, Representative Fields.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendments to HJR 1019.
Representative Fields, we need to act on the motion to discharge the conference committee first. Is there discussion on that? Would you, Representative West?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this resolution originated with an elementary school in my district. You'll recall that they all came down with their red T-shirts, and I think it was a wonderful thing to see them engaged in the legislative process. Sometimes the political messages of ours get a little messed up with what the kids are trying to do, and so I think this really returns to the spirit of what this is about, and that is kids getting engaged and getting involved on a very important issue. So I urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on this question? Seeing none, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
And then we'll have to concur and then also repass.
Representative Lebsack. Close the machine. With 65 ayes and no noes, the House has receded from our position on HJR 1019 and discharged the conference committee. Representative Fields.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to HJR 1019.
The motion is to concur with Senate amendments to HJR 1019. Representative Fields, please explain.
Members, basically what the Senate did is they made many word changes. I'm going to go through several of them. For example, on line 12, the Senate amendment included the word low cost. In line 20, they added the word knowledge of. On line 22, they changed the word hunger to malnutrition. On line 11 through 15, they added on opening day of the 2014 Colorado Ledge session, 43 students from Indian Ridge proposed this Children's Health Care Day. It goes on to say on lines 24 to 23 to promote child's health, including proper nutrition and healthy diet. So members, I just urge that we keep the spirit of Children's Health Day and ask for an aye vote on this House Joint Resolution 1019.
Is there further discussion on concurrence on HJR 1019? Seeing none, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Navarro. Close the machine. With 58 ayes and 7 noes, concurrence is passed on HJR 1019. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of HJR 1019 as amended.
The motion is for repassage of HJR 1019 as amended. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 65 ayes and no noes, HJR 1019 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1422.
House Bill 1422, Representatives Hamner and Rankin, also Senators Lambert and Stebbins, concerning financing public schools in connection with making an appropriation.
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1422.
The motion is to adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1422. Please proceed. Representative Rankin or Representative Hamner?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, as you remember, we went to Conference Committee to resolve an issue that related to being out of balance, and that was in the contingency reserve fund that has $1 million. The Senate had put an amendment on the bill that would have spent that balance 3.5 times. So we came together as a joint budget committee, as a conference committee, and to resolve that issue, and I'm happy to say that we did resolve that issue this morning. The Senate did also adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee, and what we were able to accomplish is that, as you might remember, when the bill left the House, we had access to the contingency reserve for a loan program for our districts that were faced with a negative factor for the first time. The compromise solution that we found this morning in the conference committee was, instead of having that be a loan program, to make that actually a grant program. So now grants are available for our districts up to $1 million to help them deal with the impact of the negative factor. And I think this is a really good compromise, and I ask for your support.
Further discussion? Representative Rankin?
No.
So if seeing no further discussion, Representative J, Representative, okay, which one do you want to do it? Representative J. Becker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I'd ask you to vote against this. It's the same issue that we were dealing with before. We've told these school districts that because they now have budgets that have fallen below to where they have to get money from the state, a lot of them were self-funding, that they need to come up with the money and deal with the negative factor right away in all one shot. When we've already set precedent before that we would give not just 50% grants, which came over from the Senate the first time, 100% grants. So now what we're talking about with these school districts that are hurting anyway, school districts because of an oil and gas extraction or whatever have reduced budgets already. They are already hurting. And what we're asking them to do is we're saying, you can have 25% of the money, but the rest of it you have to come up with. Whether you have to cut teachers or not, whether you have to cut services or not, you have to come up with it. I don't think that's right. And they say, well, everybody has to deal with the negative factor as we're moving forward. Well, think about these school districts. Most of them were self-funding. So they actually were helping with the negative factor because they weren't taking money from the state in the first place. So don't fool with that whole they have got to take their beating with the rest of everybody else. So now what we say is, on top of this, you are needing to suffer with the rest of us at a time that oil and gas already is harming them, or mining is already harming them. And we say that we want to protect teachers and we want them to have textbooks and we want to make sure their buildings are okay. And instead what we do is we say, oh, we just can't afford it. We've already proven that there's money out there that we can't afford this. We can do this. Instead of telling Wiggins, Colorado that you need to just eat $375,000 and figure out how to do it, when we've been saying all along that education's a priority, we should find the money. Send the Joint Budget Committee back. Tell them to accept the first deal that we had, which was 50% grant, to help out these school districts. Don't believe the argument that they need to take the beating because everybody else has contributed or taken a piece of the negative factor. When you weren't taking money from the state in the first place, you were actually helping. Don't believe that argument. I know that they work hard on this and they think that this is the right compromise, but it's not. When you are going to reduce teachers, or you are going to cost them textbooks in their school, or they're not going to be able to fix their building because they have to take this. But we've already proven for other school districts that we would do this. I'm sorry. This is not the right answer. This is not what the message we should be sending to any school district, whether they be rural or not. Vote no.
Further discussion, Representative Lawrence. Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think Representative Becker laid it out pretty well. We heard at the original 1422 debate that other districts had gotten 100% grants because we didn't want to have them cut teachers. And so a 50% grant wasn't good enough. We needed to give them 100% so that they wouldn't have any harm done to their districts. Well, the districts who were asking for help this time, to Representative Becker's point, were self-funding, and they are asking for a 50% grant to help them through this first initial deep cut that they are having to experience. Cripple Creek in my district is having to cut over $400,000. And amazingly, money was found for other districts, but not for mine. So they did come up for money for some of these schools that need help at 25%, but for 2 areas, they got nothing. For areas that have been self-funding up till now, and because the royalties from the mining and from the extraction in their area has dropped to such a level that their schools are now going to be hit hard. And this isn't to say that they haven't had to suffer through cuts before, because they were self-funding. They managed their budgets pretty well. But they need help, and they are asking us for help. And the money is there, but for whatever reason, the Joint Budget Committee has chosen not to come up with a plan that helps all districts across this state. That's just wrong. If we're going to say that K-12 education is a priority, then it has to be a priority for every district. If we're going to find solutions for a few of these districts, we should be able to find solutions for every district that is asking for help. They're not asking for 100% like was granted previously in other legislation. They asked for 50%. And right now, there are some districts that are getting 25%, but for whatever reason, there are a couple that are getting nothing. You know, we talk about fairness, we talk about the importance of K-12, we talk about the importance of our kids and having teachers and good books in the classroom. We could find a solution for this if we set our priorities and we said, you're absolutely right. This is a priority for us, for every district across this state. That's what we're asking for today. I ask that you reject this report.
Representative Becker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, you can see the passion behind this. And so with that, I move a substitute motion to reject the conference committee report and appoint a second committee.
The motion is a substitute motion to reject the conference committee report and to appoint the second conference committee. Is there discussion? Seeing none, the question is before us the rejection of the first conference committee report and to establish a second conference committee. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McCann. Representative McCann is fined $3. Close the machine with 19 ayes and 46 noes. The motion to reject the first conference committee report is lost. We now are on the question of the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee. Representative Singh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to renew the call to reject this adoption. If you think about Weld County and Weld County, what it produces, which is one of the top oil and gas production counties in the state, we actually provide a lot of funding for your schools. And yet there are many schools in Weld County that were asking for that 50% grant and not receiving it. And those are rural schools that have buses. They have to bus their students to school. That's an added expense. They have a hard time keeping teachers because it's very difficult to keep qualified teachers in some of these areas versus your more urban school districts. These schools are asking for our help. We have time to do this. We do have time to do this and make this right for these rural school districts that are paying the price. They're right in the middle of oil and gas production. Let's help these schools out. We're going to talk about fairness. These schools have extra burdens that some of these urban schools do not have. So we're just asking to make it equitable. Urge a no vote.
Representative Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The bulk of this money goes to Weld County, Keensburg, $439. Madam Speaker.
$2.
Pleasure to serve with you, ma'am.
Please proceed.
Keensburg, $439,584. Platte Valley, $277,440. Prairie, $45,159. By far more than half the money goes to Weld County.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of the first. Representative Jay Becker, you have spoken twice on this issue. Sorry about that. Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You're right. It sounds like a lot of this money has gone to Weld County. Zero has gone to Teller County, a county that had been getting a lot of its resources from the gold mine that's up there, but with commodity prices going down and production declining at that mine, their revenues have gone down. This is not a community that can increase their property taxes. It's not a thriving community up there. When I say that they are being very hard hit, they are being very hard hit. A $400,000 hit to that school district is dramatic. They also have kids that they bus in from a lot of different areas outside of Cripple Creek. If you visited Teller County, the towns are pretty well spread out. It's not easy to get from one spot to the other. It takes a long, very scenic drive, but it is a long drive. And so these are not simple little solutions. It's not that, well, the kid can walk to the school, because the majority of their kids don't walk to the schools. They have buses. They have a hard time attracting teachers and keeping them. They were already struggling with their technology and the books that they have for their classrooms. This is an area that struggles to have broadband so that they have access to the internet for their students. Again, we weren't asking for the 100% grant that was given previously to other areas. We were asking for help. We were asking for help for some of these small rural schools who cannot fund this money on their own. And for a body who has said over and over again that education is our priority, we are not showing that right now. I'm extremely disappointed in this. There could have been a solution found, but for whatever reason, the people who were deciding how to spend the money decided not to do this, decided to single out 2 districts. I haven't gotten an explanation for that. I don't understand why Cripple Creek was singled out and why they're not being helped at all by the state budget. It could be done. JBC chose not to. I ask that we reject this report.
Representative Satan, is this your, have you second? This is your second time. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to address some of the comments made. And again, these schools asked for a 100% grant, didn't receive it. 75, 50, didn't receive it. Now, I'm glad they're getting some of the monies from that oil and gas production since they have to deal with some of the oil and gas production, but they're still asking to be made whole. And that's what we're asking for, is some equitable exchange for them, because some of the schools were funded 100%, from what I understand. Just not these particular schools in Weld County. So again, I'd urge a no vote.
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank everyone for speaking about this issue and for caring so much about the funding for all of our schools. Just a couple comments I want to make as I ask for your support for the motion that's on the floor right now in support of the Conference Committee report. The first comment is that we've talked a lot about the negative factor that we're facing, and that is the concern for these districts. The negative factor is a concern for all of our districts, and to get rid of it right now takes $830 million. We just haven't been able to get to that number. If you remember, the budget that we first received from the governor would have increased that negative factor. We were able to hold that negative factor flat so that we were able to continue to provide and continually over the last several years, we've been able to chip away at that number. The second point that I want to make is that in trying to stay in budget, and that's unfortunately the job of the Budget Committee, we had $1 million in this fund. If we wanted to increase that fund, we would have to go into the whole pie that we have for K-12 and decrease everyone else's share in order to give more share to some districts. And that would inadvertently increase the negative factor for those other districts. So that's something that's a priority for the legislature. We'll definitely take that on and consider that next year. But in making the decision about the districts to qualify for this grant program and trying to stay in that $1 million budget, we had to really look at districts that receive no more than 0.5% of state share for total program funding in the budget year before the application of the negative factor. So we're really looking at the districts that were most significantly impacted. We made, I think, a solid decision. Should we continue to try to work towards reducing the negative factor, investing more in our schools? Absolutely. So I ask for your support of the Conference Committee report. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the Representative Rankin.
Well, just to go back to the overview, more than half our school districts actually already experience a 13.9%, I believe it is, negative factor after total program. So many of the districts are already suffering from this. There's been some referral to history. It is true that before our time on the JBC, there were 3 districts, the first time this ever happened, and JBC restored full funding for them for 1 year. The very next year, they had a 13% cut from that year. So, you know, this is a transition issue. I wish we could take care of every district and give them some sort of a gradual decline, but they're going to hit that 13%, and it's going to be hard, you know, my districts have already been through them. None of my districts are on this list. They already did this 2 or 3 years ago. One of them did get full funding for 1 year, and the very next year hit bottom. So, you know, I wish we could do more. Perhaps we can if we structure the school finance formula to take care of this issue. But as long as we have a boom and bust oil and gas industry, and boy, do I ever feel that, we're going to have this problem. This is the best we can do within the money we currently have appropriated. It's based on a solid, fair formulation. It is not arbitrary. I ask for your yes vote.
Further discussion on the question of the conference committee report, first conference committee report, conference committee. Seeing none, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 46 ayes, 19 noes, and no excuse, the first report of the first conference committee for House Bill 1422 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1422 as amended.
The question is for repassage of House Bill 1422 as amended. Representative Lebsaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to be a yes vote on this bill, but members, we need to be cautious and understand what happened with this bill, because I don't like the process. The House sent the Senate a clean school finance bill. It was a solid, good bill, financing our schools. And then what the Senate did was took a different bill, a completely different bill, and took 4 provisions of that bill and put it in the school finance bill and called it a compromise. I'm going to be a yes vote on this bill, but that's not how you compromise. That's not how it's done. You know, maybe what we could have done, Madam Speaker, is put 9th grade assessments on the school finance bill and said, you know what, it's up to the school districts to determine whether or not 9th grade assessments should be up to the local school districts or should the state and the federal government mandate it. But we didn't do that either. This is not a compromise. I'm going to be voting yes because I want to fund our schools, but folks need to be careful, because some of us are going to be around here a long time, and this is not how you do business.
Further discussion. Seeing none, Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lebsaw, for expressing your opinion on the process. I stand very proud of the work that we've accomplished in House Bill 1422. And yes, this is difficult work, and yes, it's contentious, and yes, it's about compromise. And I'm really proud of the compromise that we've been able to achieve in this bill, especially the fact that we're able to fund our children on a per-pupil basis of about $112 more per student, a 1.2% increase overall at a time when we thought we were going to be doing significant budget cutting. So I ask for a yes vote on House Bill 1422.
Representative Jay Becker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I did have to come up after that speech because I think that this bill has been through the process. We've done this with several bills, and red light may be one of them. And so, even though I may not enjoy the process or enjoy the result, I'll tell you that there was a lot of fighting back and forth and compromising as we went. I don't like the outcome of what went on, but we do have to fund our schools. We do have to make sure that we have this funding in place. I didn't win my issue today, but I can guarantee you that I will be fighting for it later. And I've thought about this a lot. I want to be a no vote on this bill, but I don't want to send the wrong message to my school districts that I don't want them to have funding. But I will tell them that this was not a bill that took care of that rural funding.
Further discussion. Representative Lebsack.
Yeah. And Madam Speaker, I just wanted to reaffirm that I'm voting yes. And I'm confident that this bill is going to pass just like red light cameras pass both houses. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is repassage of House Bill 1422 as amended. Mr. Culler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine with 54 ayes, 11 noes, and no excused. House Bill 1422 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of third reading of bills, final passage.
Motion is to proceed out of order for consideration of third readings, final passage, starting on page 1 of your calendar. See no objection, so ordered. Mr. Culler, please read the title of Senate Bill 174.
Senate Bill 174 by Senator Sonberg, also represents Vigil and Quorum concerning the funding of Colorado Water Conservation Board projects in connection with making appropriations.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 174 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of Senate Bill 174 on third reading and final passage. See no discussion. Mr. Culler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 63 ayes and 2 noes, Senate Bill 174 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Culler, please read the title of Senate Bill 179.
Senate Bill 179 by Senators Robertson, Heath, also Representatives Del Grosso and Lee, concerning improvements to the processes used by the Department of Labor and Employment regarding employment classification of individual purposes of unemployment insurance eligibility in connection with making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 179 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of Senate Bill 179 on third reading and final passage. See no discussion. Mr. Culler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Art. Close the machine. With 65 ayes and no noes, Senate Bill 179 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Culler, please read the title of Senate Bill 193.
Senate Bill 193 by Senators Cabot and Sheffel, also Representatives Hollinghorst and Duran, concerning the duties of the Safe to Tow program in connection with making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 193 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of Senate Bill 193 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Culler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 45 ayes and 20 noes, Senate Bill 193 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 115.
Senate Bill 115 by Senators Martinez, Humana, calls for Representatives Moreno and Conti concerning electronic filing system for documents recorded with the county clerk and recorded in connection with creating an electronic recording technology board, which is an enterprise authorizing the board to set an additional filing surcharge for a 5-year period, requiring counties to transmit the proceeds of the board surcharge as a safe or deposit in the cash fund administered by the board, requiring the board to make grants from the fund to counties to create, maintain, improve, or replace electronic filing systems, establishing reporting requirements for the board, increasing the local filing surcharge, and making appropriation.
Pretty good one. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 115 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of Senate Bill 115 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 54 ayes and 11 noes, Senate Bill 115 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 72.
Senate Bill 72 by Senator Curl, Representatives Garnett and Wilson concerning increasing the maximum total amount of annual lease payments authorized for lease purchase agreements entered into under the Building Excellent Schools Today Act in connection with making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 72 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of Senate Bill 72 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 46 ayes and 19 noes, Senate Bill 72 is passed. Co-sponsors.
Co-sponsors.
Close the machine. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 40.
Senate Bill 40 by Senator Holbert, also Representative Pabon, concerning changes to the requirements for owners of a licensed marijuana business in connection with making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 40 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 40 on third reading and final passage? Seeing none, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Buck. Close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 14 no votes, 0 excused, Senate Bill 40 is passed. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 209.
Senate Bill 209 by Senators Todd and Holbert, also Representatives Buckner and Priola, concerning authorizing the School District Board of Education to construct a building for lease to a state institution of higher education.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 209 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 209 on third reading and final passage? Seeing none, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 21 no votes, 0 excused, Senate Bill 209 is passed. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. Mr. Kohler, please read this title of Senate Bill 211.
Senate Bill 211 by Senators Cavan and Sheffield, all citizens of Hollinghorst and Durant concerning contests of specified special district elections are made on grounds relating to elector qualifications in connection with opposing a jurisdictional bar on contests of certain elections, validating qualifications of certain actors when timely contests challenging those qualifications have not been filed.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 211 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 211 on third reading and final passage? Seeing none, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 65 aye votes, 0 no votes, 0 excused, Senate Bill 211 is passed. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1435. We already did that, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Scratch that, Mr. Kohler. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 138.
Senate Bill 138 by Senator Scott, also Representative Priola, concerning a study of the delegation of functions of certain regulations related to motor vehicles administered by the Department of Revenue.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 138 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 138 on third reading and final passage? Seeing none, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 64 aye votes, 1 no vote, 0 excused, Senate Bill 138 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, is the machine working?
New specials.
Thank you. I already closed it.
Sorry, Kevin. All right, moving on. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 181.
Senate Bill 181 by Senators Woods and John, also Representatives Kagan and Dore, concerning the sentencing of persons convicted of Class 1 felonies committed while the persons were juveniles.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 181 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 181? Representative Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And I know that the Judiciary Committee has been working extremely hard on two bills, one bill being 180 and the other bill being 181. And so what I would like to do this evening is to stand here as a surrogate for all the victims and their families. Because when I think about the offenders and the conversation that we have been having, I feel like it has not been very balanced as relates to the families. So I'm going to read not the defendant's name. I want to read the names of the people that we've lost because of these heinous crimes. Frederica Winter, 78. She was beaten and left in her home. Lyle was a Colorado State Patrol trooper. He was shot in the head during a traffic stop. Jordan, 54, and Pamela Jordan, 41. It was a stepfather and the mother shot and stabbed to death in their home. Lee Palmer, 16, the grandson of a former Colorado Supreme Court justice, killed in a drive-by shooting. Chris, 17, killed in a gang-related shooting. McKinney Dixon, 18, shot to death over a bag of marijuana. Dominique Trujillo, 34, carjacked and then killed. Gregory Romero, no, that's the defendant, excuse me. Terrence, 17, and Rachel Peterson, 16, shot to death. Terrence and Rachel, I guess there was 3 defendants regarding the same act. Christopher, 24, shot in the head outside of a credit union where he was using his ATM card. LaTanya, 23, she was babysitting, shot in the head 6 times. Shaw Castillo, 18, a high school student. His body was found near the top of Raton Pass 3 days after his death. Barbara Jane Castle, 76, kidnapped and left to die in the exposed elements. Matthew, 16, shot in the head in a parking lot. Brandy, 16, gang raped and stabbed 28 times and she bled to death. Eric Harris, 30, he was shot 5 times. Julie, 43, was beaten and strangled to death. Joel, 24, beaten to death. Ernest Watkins, 29, shot in the chest. Emily Johnson, 29, she was clubbed to death. Penny Medea, she was shot 16 to death on Labor Day. Ennis Watkins, 29, shot in the chest. Yvonne Castillo, 24, gunned down in front of her yard in front of her children. thank you, members, for using this time to acknowledge some of the victims that have been harmed by the folks who are currently being considered for these felonies.
Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm going to talk for a moment about a family from Montrose. I talk to the mother about every weekend. Her name is Sandra Gear. She is the mother of Deputy Gear that was shot in Mesa County recently this spring. He left a wife and 2 children. And members, I assure you, he is not less dead because the shooter was 17 years old.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 181? Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I am not without sympathy for the victims, and I appreciate us acknowledging the victims. I grew up during this time as a teenager. From 1990 to 2006, I grew up on the east side of Denver. And I watched as a system that did not understand my peers victimize both youth that may not have had every opportunity, victimize youth that were misunderstood by the system, victimize youth on both sides, both through the crime and through the conviction. I lost friends to gang violence. I also lost friends who were on the opposite side of the law. And when I see what the Supreme Court has done, it does say to me, as a teenager, as a young African-American teenager, we messed up. We should not have given you life without parole. And so what this bill does is it acknowledges what the Supreme Court decided. It acknowledges the fact that this system does not understand young black men or young Latino men. It acknowledges that there are problems within our system. Problems that we're still trying to work out now in 2016. Problems that I worry about for my young nephews and my young nieces. Members, I asked for an aye vote because no matter what, there were victims because of the current law on both sides. And this bill helps bring some justice, some retribution, and give juveniles an opportunity to truly rehabilitate. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I just come to pay my respects to all those that have been the victims of crime, to especially thank Representative Fields for her tireless concern and work for the victims of crime, and to express my sadness to all those who have ever been the victims of crime. I know what it is also to have a family member killed, And I feel for all those that have had one injured in any way by criminals. And I just want to say thank you to Rep. Fields and to all those who have been victims of crime. Believe you me, we are with you. We are with you. This is not an assault upon you or your sensibilities or a diminution of what you have suffered. I just want to say how very much I think all of us care about you, those who have lost loved ones.
Representative Wist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I think there are tragic stories on both sides of these cases. And my heart is certainly with every single victim that Representative Fields talked about. And in my faith, I certainly look to leaders for spiritual guidance. And Pope John Paul II, in his life, lived out the principle of forgiveness. And he said the following: certainly forgiveness does not come spontaneously or naturally to people. Forgiving from the heart can sometimes be heroic. Thanks to the healing power of love, even the most wounded heart can experience the liberating encounter with forgiveness. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And this legislation was one which for me didn't start a discussion this year, and really didn't start the discussion last year, started a discussion years ago with regards to what do we do as a society with regards to those who in their youthfulness acted in ways that were some of the gravest and harshest ways that we know in mankind. And as the Supreme Court wrestled with the case before them, which was known as the Miller case and the Montgomery case, they pointed to a document that allows us to be in all this room, the Constitution. And they said in it, under the Eighth Amendment, that, and I won't read the whole thing, but the last part of it, nor cruel or unusual punishment inflicted. And the court said that when you have a juvenile put in a situation where it is life in prison without the opportunity of parole, that meets the standard of cruel and unusual punishment. Now, the court didn't tell us exactly what to do. They said to the states, you figure it out. And that's what we were tasked with. And it's not an easy task, because the system that we have with regard to incarceration and punishment and making sure that the wrongdoers are punished is part of it, as well as is protecting our society and our communities from those wrongdoers. But there's also a part of it that the Supreme Court reminded us, which is you cannot use those punishments to the point where they become cruel and unusual. And so we grappled with it, we wrestled with it. And in seconds, whenever that was, yesterday or months ago, whenever it feels like, we talked about what other states had done. And in Colorado, we decided to do a little bit more. In fact, a lot more, to make sure that those who were the wrongdoers still had the level of punishment that they deserved, but that those who were juveniles at the time of their crimes, tragic, evil crimes, were also looked at how they matured at a level when they got to adulthood. And that became for me an issue of how do you treat somebody who is now in their 30s and 40s. And I know that myself in my 40s is much different than the person who is in my teens. How do you treat them in a way that when they have found redemption, when they have found a level of peace, the opportunity to go beyond the punishment and remove or into the level of atonement. And that, I think, is what we're hoping to come up with here in this legislation. It is not legislation that is letting the gates open and the doors open and everybody runs free. It is saying that we are going to provide an opportunity for parole, an opportunity for review, to see if that atonement, to see if that changed, if that heart that maybe was once black is no longer. And there's a process for that. And that's what this legislation does. It listens to the Supreme Court and says cruel and unusual is not what we're going to allow. But it also says that we're going to make sure that those that have the opportunity for parole and go through the process, if there is an opportunity for release, it is because they have found themselves in a position where atonement, great atonement, has been found. And as Representative Wiss said, in most cases, a level of forgiveness from our society recognizes that atonement. And Representative Wiss and I share the same faith. And the roots of that faith, while sometimes very difficult, are really two things. It's love. And we as a society have to know how to do that, because when we don't, evil and hate take over. And also forgiveness. Because when we don't do that as a society, hate floods and anger leads.
Madam Assistant Minority Leader. That's a mouthful on day 119.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I voted no on this bill in committee, not because I don't think that juveniles who committed some of the most heinous crimes I have ever heard described to me in my life can't find redemption, and that I think they should be put away for their entire lives. I don't. I voted no on this bill because of the sentencing scheme that it involves. What it says is, if you're guilty of first-degree murder, you're the person who pulled the trigger or stabbed someone or whatever violent method you killed someone, your sentence will be life with the possibility of parole at 40 years, with earned time. And this is where we got into a pretty robust discussion in committee. How do you factor earned time on a life sentence? We don't know what a life sentence would be. So basically what they came up with was a 40-year means 30, because you get 25% earned time. And we heard from the AG's office that there are some constitutional issues that they have with the sentencing scheme associated with this bill. If you're convicted of felony murder, which means you might have been in the back seat and participated in a robbery that resulted in someone's death, you could get a determinate sentence of between 30 and 50 years with earned time, which would take that 30-year sentence down to 22 and a half. We are giving a small number of youthful offenders different sentencing guidelines than we have for other youth offenders that are currently in DOC, which creates yet another issue with sentencing in our state. We seem to have a tendency to carve out little silos where we say, ooh, you were sentenced during this time period, so we're going to sentence you using these guidelines. Oh, you were sentenced during this time period, so we're going to change those guidelines, and we're going to make it a little bit different than these people over here. That is the problem I have with this bill, is the earned time and the fact that, once again, we're going to tell the victims of some of these most heinous crimes that I have ever heard described in my life that what they thought was a set time frame that they could rely on and they could start to rebuild their lives, knowing that the person who killed their loved one would not be eligible for parole or would not be coming out. But now a 40-year sentence might mean a 30-year sentence, or it might mean a 35-year sentence, depending on parole. I'm not saying that these juvenile offenders don't deserve the opportunity to come out, because we do change dramatically from the time we're teenagers to the time we become adults and hopefully get a little common sense and a little understanding of how our actions impact others. And I would certainly hope that those offenders who committed these heinous crimes when they were in their teenage years do recognize the impacts they had. And we heard stories of victims who have found forgiveness in their hearts, and I praise them for that, because I can't imagine how difficult that would be. But this bill is not the right way to go. The earned time is something that we don't offer to other first-degree murder offenders. Why are we offering it to these few? That's my problem with this bill. The whole sentencing scheme is not cohesive with other sentences that we have for similar crimes. So I am still going to be a no vote, and I would ask for a no vote on this bill.
Representative Willett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members, for your attention to this very troubling issue. I wasn't going to come down. I was a no in committee. I'm going to be a no tonight. The reason I came down is I'm also a man of faith. So my struggle with this bill all along was redemption, forgiveness, versus problems with the bill. There's been a lot of emotion, a lot of emotional pleas tonight. When you try to weigh these competing factors, I was called to recall that my faith also informs me that government and our courts are given to us by our Creator. So yes, we're called for redemption, we're called for forgiveness, but our Constitution is here, the laws that existed before this law was there. Crimes were committed and people were sentenced. When you start passing a bill that has retroactive effect, it's always a problem. The DAs, the families, so many people dealt with the hands, the cards they were dealt with, and they knew what it was going forward. So there I was on the fence, like I'm sure a lot of you are at this point. So I have tried to be more objective about this, letting my faith inform, but looking at the objective facts. There's been some mismessaging about what the Constitution requires and what the Tate opinion and other U.S. opinions say. In Colorado right now, a judge can sentence someone to life, a young juvenile to life, without the opportunity of parole if they have a full hearing. These few did not have a full hearing, a fair hearing. It was mandatory. The fallback is life with the opportunity to early parole at 40. So we already have had the court speak to that, and they've given that to these offenders. So we don't have to do anything. So what we're doing is something retroactive and something more than the courts have said, which may or may not be good policy. But here's what swung me firmly to the no side. As Representative Lawrence explained, the legal issues were powerful and really unopposed in judiciary. We have also sworn to uphold the Colorado Constitution. The lead constitutional attorney for the Attorney General says in committee and to me in the hallway privately that this bill is unconstitutional, violates separation of powers, and also violates trying to undo a Colorado Supreme Court opinion in looking backwards instead of forwards. Furthermore, the DA made a good point, as was pointed out. Our statutes define what earned time is, and it has to be subtracted from an actual term of sentence, not from this whatever life is. So there surely will be litigation. Both the DAs and the Attorney General said this matter will be litigated. So inform yourselves, your emotions, your mind with whatever gives you foundation and bearing. But my conclusion is very worthy effort, worthy bill, but not the right answer, and I urge a no vote.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I've been struggling with this bill, and when I read on here on page 8 that we have a court that upheld or gave an opinion that children are constitutionally different than adults in the level of culpability, I gotta tell you, if you do an adult crime, you should serve adult time. I had a friend, and it's difficult for me to talk about, but I'll try to get through it. They were both juveniles. Her boyfriend violently strangled her to death and unceremoniously dumped her body in a lake. And I hope your children never have to go through that. When you talk about peace of mind of the offenders, and I know that we are called to forgive, it doesn't mean releasing our most violent offenders. When you talk about cruel and unusual punishment, be careful, because getting raped or being shot in the head, is that not cruel and unusual punishment? And earned time can never bring back those people or the peace of mind of families trying to rebuild their lives. Again, members, whether they were 17, 16, or a couple months shy of 18, if they knew what they were doing, they should serve the adult time. I'm going to be a no on this bill. It's a difficult subject. I appreciate you hearing me out. Thank you.
Representative Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. All you get is a look. If you are found to have extraordinary mitigating circumstances, that look could be, it's true, as early as after you've served 22.5 years in prison. That look could be then. That first review. And if there weren't extraordinary mitigating circumstances, or you were a principal, actually killed someone with your own hands, and if you didn't commit during 30 years any significant violations of prison policy, yes, that first look, and it's only a first look, could be after 30 years. Is that not serious punishment? I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 181? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 181 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 22 no votes, 0 excused, Senate Bill 181 is passed. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 203.
Senate Bill 203 by Senator Lambert, also Representatives Hamner and Rankin, concerning the evaluation of state tax expenditures in connection with making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 203 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 203 on third reading and final passage? Seeing none, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 65 aye votes, 0 no votes, 0 excused, Senate Bill 203 is passed. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 150.
Senate Bill 150 by Senator Stebbins, also Representative Esgar, concerning marriages by individuals who are parties to a civil union in connection with prohibiting marriages in circumstances where one of the parties is already in a civil union with another individual, addressing the legal effect of parties to a civil union marrying each other, clarifying the dissolution process and parties to a civil union marrying, and amending the bigamy statute to include parties to a civil union.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 150 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 150 on third reading and final passage? Seeing none, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 13 no votes, 0 excused, Senate Bill 150 is passed. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 146.
Senate Bill 146 by Senator Stebbins, also Representative Esgar, concerning modernizing statutes related to sexually transmitted infections.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 146 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for permission for a third reading amendment.
Please explain your amendment, Representative Esgar.
Do we need to display it? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Last night we had a long and extensive debate, and I listened. In fact, we all listened, the sponsors of this bill and the stakeholders. We've been working all day with some in the opposition to find a place that we could all agree on. Since the beginning of the drafting, we've described this bill as a repeal and reenact, which takes language from the existing statutes related to HIV or STIs and merges them into one overarching statute. That's the whole idea behind this bill. To that point, the drafted language in the bill, care, prevention services, and diagnostic exams, are mentioned in many places throughout our statutes. But to be coherent with the language referring to minors in our current statutes, we decided to go back to the existing statute of 25-4-1405. We're replacing our drafted language with this existing language. And although it's not the most modern definition of the services, we do understand the concern around minors and seek to address these concerns. This bill is a combination of many outdated and, quite frankly, old statutes. That's why we brought this bill forward. I appreciate the opportunity to introduce this amendment and ask for a yes vote on the amendment and the bill.
Is there any further discussion on permission to offer a third reading amendment? Seeing none, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 14 no votes, 0 excused, permission is granted. Representative Esgar.
I move Amendment L020 and ask for a yes vote.
L020 has been properly moved and displayed and explained. Is there any further discussion on L020? Seeing none, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 60 aye votes, 5 no votes, 0 excused, L020 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 146 as amended.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 146 as amended? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 146 as amended on third reading and final passage. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 36 aye votes, 29 no votes, 0 excused, Senate Bill 146 as amended is passed. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 19.
Senate Bill 19 by Senator Cook, also representing Stain and Foot, concerning a requirement the court-ordered mental condition examinations be recorded in connection with making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 19 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 19? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 19 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 64 aye votes, 1 no vote, 0 excused, Senate Bill 19 is passed. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 35.
Senate Bill 35 by Senators Johnson and Sonnenberg, also representing Rankin and Young, concerning the public school fund in connection with creating a public school fund investment board to direct the state treasurer on the investment of the fund and changing the distribution of the interest or income earned on the investment of the monies in the fund.
Well done, Mr. Kohler. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 35 on third reading and final passage.
Question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 35 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 65 aye votes, 0 no votes, 0 excused, Senate Bill 35 is passed. Co-sponsors.
Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 69.
Senate Bill 69 by Senator Garcia, also representing Pavone, concerning measures to provide community-based out-of-hospital medical services in connection with making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 69 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of Senate Bill 69 on third reading and final passage. Representative Pabon, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know I'm having trouble remembering my own name tonight. Madam Speaker, I ask for permission to offer a third reading amendment, and I ask that the amendment be displayed.
Representative Pabon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we are actually saving money with this bill on its original appropriation. And so rather than spend the $112,000 as the bill originally contemplated with amendments and everything else, we reduced that expenditure to $73,000. So I know Representative Hamner, Representative Young, Representative Rankin are very happy about this. And so I ask for permission to offer this amendment.
The motion is to grant permission for a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 69. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 53 ayes and 12 noes, permission is granted for a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 69. Representative Pabon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move L019, and I believe I've explained the amendment.
The motion is to adopt L019. It's properly displayed. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 64 ayes and 1 no, Senate Bill 69 is the amendment L019 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 69 as amended on third reading and final passage.
The motion is for passage of Senate Bill 69 as amended on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 40 ayes, 25 noes, Senate Bill 69 is passed as amended. Madam Majority Leader. Oh, it's co-sponsors. We're going to go for a recess. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess for a quick education committee meeting at the WOW.
The motion is to stand in recess for a brief education meeting in the well. See no objection. We are in recess.
let's go. Oh, you're on. You're on.
The House Education Committee will come to order.
The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bills be added to the special orders calendar at the end of the special orders calendar, and in this order: Senate Bill 218, Senate Bill 77, Senate Bill 217, Senate Bill 212, Senate Bill 215, Senate Bill 197, and Senate Bill 183.
The motion is that the Majority Leader's list be added to the end of the special orders calendar. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order back to special orders.
The motion is to proceed out of order back to special orders. Seeing no objection, so ordered. We are now in special orders. Second reading of bills. Representative Foote. You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Foote will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee amendments will not be read unless requested, as they are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads and not read unless requested. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the Majority Leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Kohler, can you please read the title of House Bill 1468?
House Bill 1468, Representatives Becker, Kane, Holding Horse, also Center 7, constrained costs that may be deducted by a taxpayer, transportation, manufacturing, processing costs for purposes of calculating the net amount realized by the taxpayer for the sale of oil and gas.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1468 until May 12th. Do you want to? Yes, go ahead.
Representative Becker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, this bill, as you all know, was introduced quickly because the whole issue came up very quickly. We had a vigorous debate on this bill last night, and all of it was worth it because severance tax is an issue that we need to be talking about as a legislative body. The $115 million impact that the Colorado Supreme Court decision in BP America has is a huge issue for us. It's one we can resolve with other legislation. But the ongoing issue of $19 million annually reduction in severance tax, is it an issue that we continue to have to deal with? Although this might have been too quick for people to work on, we had to bring it forward because it's not likely that we'll be able to run a bill next year. But I ask all of you to consider the impact that a loss of $19 million that goes to local communities, that goes to Department of Natural Resources programs is going to have on our communities. It will be felt in your districts. Severance tax right now is taxed at 1.5%. The effective tax rate is 1.5%. After the Supreme Court decision, it will be lower. The lowest in the country just got lower. So while we are postponing this bill till after the end of session, I hope we can continue the dialogue on the need for severance tax reform.
The motion before us is to lay over House Bill 1468 to May 12th. Seeing no objection, House Bill 1468 will be laid over until May 12th. Mr. Kohler, can you please read the title of House Bill 1343?
House Bill 1343 by Representative Moreno concerning the waiver of laws for charter schools.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think this was a very valuable discussion about the requirements we place on our local public schools, but waive those statutes for other schools. This conversation was a good conversation to have, but it's something that we need to continue to work on. So with that, I move to lay over House Bill 1343 to May 12th.
Seeing no objection, the motion before us to lay over House Bill 1343 to May 12th. Seeing no objection, House Bill 1343 is laid over till May 12th. Mr. Kohler, can you please read the title of Senate Bill 218?
Senate Bill 218 by Senators Lambert and Stebbins, also Representatives Hamner and Rankin concerning matters related to state severance tax refunds.
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 218.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 218 is a result of an issue that we've faced, came to light in the last several days. It addresses the severance tax refund obligation that has arisen as a result of the Colorado Supreme Court's April 25th, 2016 decision in BP America versus the Colorado Department of Revenue. The bill specifies how we will pay the money that is owed to the company, and I ask for a yes vote.
One moment, Representative Rankin. Members, it's getting too loud up here. Please pay attention. We have important business in the well. Thank you, Representative Rankin.
Well, I just want to point out that this bill has a lot of flexibility built into it because there's a lot of unknowns. This just came up, as you know, last Friday. We spent most of last Friday afternoon on it. We know that we have $25 million in unrefunded obligations, but the other $115 million that's estimated is at this point not filed. So we have to have flexibility, and that's what this bill gives us to move forward.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 218? We're to the bill. Representative John Becker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, when we're talking about this, we understand that there's an issue and there is a problem here. But when we're talking about going and restricting severance tax dollars, that's something I think that we can avoid or at least lessen that pain that we move forward on severance tax. So I move L004.
L004 has been moved and is displayed. Representative Becker, please proceed. John Becker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what we're doing here is instead of taking and restricting those DOLA dollars, we are taking and restricting the unclaimed property dollars in its place. That way we can make sure that we're helping and still continue to help those small communities and that we can move forward. And I think that if we were talking about severance taxes, which we have several times, and we want to make sure we're helping those small communities, this is one way to do it. I'd ask for a yes vote on the amendment.
Representative Rankin.
Well, that's about the friendliest unfriendly amendment I've ever seen. I tell you, nobody more than me would like to see us find other sources of funding to do these refunds. But from the Joint Budget Committee perspective, what we are offering you is something that funds to current law. And this is a policy decision. And we're going to take some time to figure out exactly what the obligation is, and we're going to come back to you with a proposal on how we accommodate it. So, although I really would like to find other sources for this, and I think, in the end, we may do exactly this, I just don't think it's time. We need to find out what our actual real obligation is and then work through it. And so, what am I going to say, Representative? Trust us.
Members, please pay attention to the well. It's getting too loud. I can't even hear up here, and I know that you can't hear what our members are saying. Please pay attention. Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues asked for a no vote on L004.
Is there any further discussion on L004? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. L004 fails. To the bill. Thank you, Representative Tyler. Representative Tyler, don't go far. I have a feeling we're going to need you all night. Is there any further discussion? Representative K.C. Becker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Tyler, I see a new job for you after you leave here. There might be a position open, I heard, as a sergeant. Quite sadly, we're losing John, but maybe that means a position for you.
Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 218, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 218. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 218 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, can you please read the title of the Senate bill? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I just found out that we have some very, very special guests with us today who have been waiting here for many hours since this morning to hear the third reading on a bill. And so I just found that out. And so with that, I am going to move to rise, report, beg in progress, and beg leave to sit again. And we will reconvene after the hearing of the third reading of Senate Bill 196. This should be very, very fast, members.
The motion before us is to rise and report progress to reconvene later. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
Mr. House will come back to order. Mr. Kohler, please read the report of the committee.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, the Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as arisen, reports progress, and begs leave to sit again after third reading of Senate Bill 196.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 196 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 196 on third reading and final passage. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 196? Seeing none, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
Okay.
That's Benadryl. Why would the Allegra help you do that? I don't know. She's giving Allegra my pop quiz. Should I pop this? It's gonna make you go. Are you having trouble?
No, I consumed it. I washed my mouth off before. I did the one.
Dan, you just excuse him and fine him?
Representatives Quorum and Humphrey excused. Oh. Representative Quorum is present. Representative Humphrey is present. Representative Quorum? The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 196 on third reading and final passage. How do you vote? Oh, he can vote? Okay. All right, never mind. Representative Humphrey. Close the machine. With 48 aye votes, 17 no votes, 0 excused, Senate Bill 196 is passed. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. The next order of business is special orders, second reading. Representative Foote.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move that the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for continuation of special orders.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Foote will retake the chair.
The committee will come back to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee amendments will not be read unless requested, as they are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads and not read unless requested. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the code rule is again relaxed. Mr. Kohler, can you please read the title of Senate Bill 77?
Senate Bill 77 by Senator Cafalas, also Representatives Janal and Primavera, concerning collaborative multi-agency approach to increasing competitive integrated employment opportunities for persons with disabilities in connection with advancing an employment first policy.
Representative Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 77, and there are no committee reports.
To the bill, Representative Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill focuses around one assumption, that all people with disabilities are capable of working in competitive integrated environments and employment. Competitive integrated employment means employment that pays at least minimum wage and gives an employee the ability to continuously interact with coworkers without disabilities. Right now, many disabled people work in workshop settings. They are segregated. They do not work alongside or interact with coworkers that have no disabilities. And furthermore, most of these workers are paid far below minimum wage. In order to address this problem, Senate Bill 77 directs the state of Colorado to develop a strategic plan and recommendations to implement employment first policies. This bill also specifically directs the Department of Labor and Employment to amend, if needed, Colorado's plan for workforce development to reflect these goals. This bill allows us to help some of the most deserving people in our society and to integrate everyone into community life. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Primavera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, this is the final bill of the session for me and the final bill of my legislative career. So first of all, I wanted to thank the witnesses who came down today and testified. We have a witness right here in our midst, Connor. Connor, why don't you stand up? You might see Connor on a Saturday morning on Channel 7 because he's a sports reporter for Special Olympics. But I started my career in 1976 as a voc rehab counselor. I was thrilled to have the job, and my job was to try and help people with disabilities become employed. I got up every day, I worked hard, and today we still have the same sad unemployment rate for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and other disabilities. It's been estimated that people with disabilities have between a 75% and 85% unemployment rate. If this was the same unemployment rate for the rest of the population, our society wouldn't exist and we'd be bankrupt. So what this bill will do is hopefully break down the silos in the different departments that prohibit people from obtaining competitive employment. It's a cultural shift to think that somebody with a disability could actually do competitive employment as opposed to workshop employment. So I ask for your aye vote so that people like Connor can get a hand up and realize their dreams and become competitively employed.
Is there any further discussion of Senate Bill 77? Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I, as I think all of you know, have really tried to work diligently on these issues that affect those with intellectual and developmental disabilities. But I have to hand it to Representative Primavera for her hard work over a long career of championing this issue. And this was not an easy bill. Representative Janal, thank you for your hard work on this. And Connor, this is for you. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 77? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 77. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 77 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, can you please read the title of Senate Bill 217?
Senate Bill 217 by Senator Hill, also Representative Williams, concerning measures to expedite the litigation of workers' compensation claims.
Representative Williams. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 16217.
To the bill, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, this is a bill that we run every year with the self-insureds and Pinnacle and WCEA, and they have an agreement every year where they revisit the workman's compensation claims. And basically what this bill does is it says that if there is an admission of reducing compensation on a claim, that the person who is overseeing that claim must give a reason why they are reducing the claim. And I ask you for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 217? Seeing none, the question then before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 217. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 217 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, can you please read the title of Senate Bill 212?
Senate Bill 212 by Senator Crowder, also Representative Buckner, concerning aligning changes made to the Federal Child Care and Development Block Grant reauthorization of 2014 to the 12-month eligibility requirement of the Colorado Child Care Assistance Program.
Representative Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am asking for an aye vote on Senate Bill 2. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I move Senate Bill 212.
Thank you, Representative Buckner. To the bill, Representative Buckner.
To the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is a technical cleanup You've seen this bill before. This bill is a technical cleanup to align statutes with new federal law, and we're required to make these changes by September the 30th of this year, or we risk losing $70 million in federal block grants, namely Child Care Assistance Program. I've worked with Representative Crowder and Lundberg, and I'm asking for a positive vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 212? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 212. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The aye has it. Senate Bill 212 is adopted.
Thank you.
Mr. Kohler, can you please read the title of Senate Bill 215?
Senate Bill 215 by Senator Tate, also Representative Young, concerning modifications to the implementation of the state's payroll system that will allow all state employees to be paid twice a month.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kohler, for speaking that title so quickly. This bill, members, is one actually that we've all.
Representative Young, we need
Excuse me,
Representative Young, we need a motion.
I move Senate Bill 215. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for reminding me. And there are no committee reports.
To the bill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, this bill, members, is one actually that we've seen before. We voted it to the Senate. The Senate did not pass it and then realized they should have. And so they started it back up again as Senate Bill 215. These are, and they passed it over to us. These are changes to some work that we did last session on House Bill 1392, where we moved from monthly to twice monthly payroll. We are making two minor changes to that. This bill does not, I repeat, does not actually make the change from monthly to twice monthly. We did that last year. This bill only does two things. It allows for the state personnel director to delay the transition to twice monthly if the state's experiencing unexpected delays, and it removes the option for employees to repay one-time loans with annual leave. And with that, I ask for an aye vote on the bill.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 215? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 215. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Once again, the aye has it. Senate Bill 215 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, can you please read the title of Senate Bill 197?
Senate Bill 197 by Senator Stedman, also Representative Williams and Nordberg, concerning the retail sale of alcohol beverages in connection with restricting the issuance of new liquor license drugstore and retail liquor store licenses, except under specified circumstances, allowing liquor license drugstore and retail liquor store licensees to obtain additional licenses under limited circumstances, repealing the limit on the alcohol content of fermented malt beverages on January 1st, 2019, and making an appropriation.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I move Senate Bill 16197 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative
And
Williams.
the business report.
Right, okay. The Appropriations Committee report and Judiciary Committee report has been moved to the Appropriation Committee's report. I'm sorry, the Business Committee report. To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, on the Appropriations Committee report, basically through the amendments, we just changed 1.4 FTE to 1.3 FTE. It passed out of Appropriations 11-2, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Someone's got to say aye. All those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Business Committee report, Representative
Go ahead.
Raise your hand.
Nordberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, in Business Committee, we just did a cleanup amendment, passed unanimously. Would ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the Business Committee report? Seeing none, the question before Representative Pabon. To the Business Committee report, Representative Pabon, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and want to thank the sponsors for their support of the Business Committee report, the amendments we did to basically keep the status quo with respect to shelving in merchandising in Colorado. No doubt we want to have a larger conversation on this issue, but this isn't the bill to do it and the time to do it. So I think we did have broad support, and again, thank the sponsors for their support of it as well. Ask for an aye vote.
Representative Dorr to the Business Committee report. Is there any further discussion of the Business Committee report? Now seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Business Committee report to Senate Bill 197. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The Business Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, this is a bill that has been worked on out of the Senate. There's been an incredible amount of stakeholders who have brought this issue of liquor license, drugstore licenses. As you all know, there are several initiatives on the ballot in November. This is a bill that will help us to make sure that there's not an imbalance in the market in regards to small businesses and small retailers. And I'll ask for an aye vote.
Representative Nordberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. The impetus for us in sponsoring this bill is an attempt at a compromise. And that's exactly what this bill is, a compromise. We are looking at various competing ballot measures this November that will drastically change the landscape for small liquor stores in our state. And that's why we have come up with this. Now, is this a perfect bill? By no means. All the credit should go to Senator Pat Stedman for bringing a group together, a group of stakeholders that includes several parties, several small businesses, large businesses, and trying to bring them together to come up with a legislative solution before an alternative solution comes to the ballot, a very much one-sided solution that will punish small businesses that have existed in our state and that have played under the same laws for the past 80 years since Prohibition.
Keep it short.
That's wrong. This is a thoughtful bill. This is a well-thought-out bill. It's not a perfect bill, but this is a much better solution. It is a phased-in approach to a free market solution moving forward, and I'd respectfully ask for a yes vote.
Representative Arndt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We heard this bill in committee for a long time this afternoon. This is a bill that's near and dear to my heart. My predecessor, Senator Bob Bacon, fought off the the previous legislation to allow beer and wine in liquor stores, and actually the writing is on the wall. Senator Pat Stedman and our colleagues in the House are sponsoring an absolutely great bill that compromises, that gives people part of what they want, not all of what they want. It's a thing that we need to do for Colorado to take it forward. I absolutely urge an aye vote on the bill and a no vote on any amendments that are coming in from special interests or anything else that are going to absolutely work to blow up or harm the compromise that has been forged carefully to make sure that we move Colorado forward in this initiative. Thank you very much, and I urge an aye vote on the bill and a no vote on any amendments. Thank you very much.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. This bill has been going through very, very fast, and so I just received a 4-page document explaining what it is. I'd like to get some details and hear the details of what is actually in the bill as it came out of committee. There were some introductory statements, but there's a lot in this bill that I'm not sure that we actually know of. So if we could have the sponsors start explaining what all is in this bill.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one question I had as I'm going through the bill, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about the legislation and compromises in those groups, but there's language in here, and I'm not seeing it right here in front of me, but that deals with if there is a ballot initiative, which I know there's been talk about it, there's language in here that says the ballot initiative would not be to go forward. So my question to the sponsors is, what is the reason for that? Because I know we did that on a bill a different subject matter, but a little while ago. And we got a lot of feedback in a negative way, including from the Denver Post and others. So I'm just trying to clarify what that language in here is dealing with.
Representative Williams.
I'm sorry, Representative Dorr, I did not hear your question for the Voices in the Well. Can you repeat that for the sponsors?
Yeah. One moment, Representative Dorr. Members, we cannot hear the discussion. We're discussing Senate Bill 197. Please keep your voices down, keep your side conversations outside of the floor, and pay attention to the well. Thank you. Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, looking for the language itself, but anyhow, it deals with asking the question. It presents that if there's a ballot initiative that conflicts, that this, I guess it would say that this law trumps. So I'm trying to figure out where that language came from. Was that a Senate addition to the language, or was that something that the House did? Section 8. 10, sorry. Section 8.
Is
notwithstanding any other provision, I guess I can read it, 12A, notwithstanding any other provision of this article, the state and local license authorities shall not issue, no, that's not the one I'm looking for. But it's language in here, and I apologize for not having it marked. I marked on the other bill.
As you two members discuss, perhaps there might be discussion from somebody else on this bill as you two may be discussing the answer to Representative Dorr's question. Is there anybody else that has discussion on Senate Bill 197? Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I understand it, there are several sections of the bill that deal with the implementation and phase-in of this bill. But I understand that this still does not remove the ballot initiative that the voters are going to be voting on. And so the question I've had and continue to have is what happens if this bill passes and the ballot initiative passes? How does that impact two things? One, these licenses. Is there going to be a proliferation of these licenses in the state of Colorado? And two, how is that going to help our small business owners if that's ultimately who we're trying to protect with this bill? I still don't quite know what those answers are, and I think it's incumbent upon us to know how this bill interacts with that ballot initiative.
Representative Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Pamone, I think the discussion we're having is bottom of page 19, and my understanding of the provision is, speaking with Senator Stedman, the Senate sponsor, is that this language, if signed into law and put into statute, will be there regardless of what happens at the ballot box this November. So the radius requirement will still fit with whatever happens at the ballot in November. So that's my understanding of how this supersedes more or less.
Representative Nordberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Priola, thank you for the page number and actual reference and citation in the bill. You are correct in your assessment.
Further discussion. Representative Dorr.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, in looking at that language on page 33, and this is what we dealt with in the primary bill, and while I know we put it on there, we took a lot of flack for saying, are we going to start circumventing the voters? And it's a concern of mine. I think we should have that discussion here because our job down here is not to say to the voters, we're not going to listen to you. This bill is perfect, and I support the legislation. I don't support the idea that we should run around and say, voters, in case you do something different. That's why we got rid of safety clauses in some bills, and that's also why we've gotten rid of such language as we did in bills passed. So,
do you have an amendment, Representative Dorr? Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with that, I would ask that we look at L025 as an amendment, and I move L025.
L025 has been moved and is now displayed. Please proceed, Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my concern is just I want to make sure that as we did, and then we ended up taking off in a bill about a week ago, was that when the voters are given the opportunity to look at ballot measures, and we know there's a lot of ballot measures going on here, that we don't run language that circumvents or substitutes it from the legislative perspective. And so we have to, while we do our job down here, we also want to make sure that we don't tell the people of Colorado, you don't matter. And that's what I want to have the discussion about. And so I ask for this amendment to be addressed and figure out why it is that we have language in the bill currently that does what I think puts an effective date and issues with regards to the
amendment. Representative Nordberg.
Thank you, Representative Foote. Representative Dorr, what is your interpretation of the language and what is your concern?
Representative Dorr.
Now, my concern is that in the language that we're looking at, it says that while this legislation passes, if there's an initiative that is approved by the people of Colorado, that initiative would not apply if the ballot measure is approved. Now, I may be wrong in that, and if I am, you can clarify that for me. But it was my quick reading of this after this bill came over today.
It doesn't conflict, as I understand it. Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And basically what the language says in the bill is that if the initiatives don't come off the ballot, or if they pass, this bill does not take effect. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Why are we debating this? I mean, we don't need to go down here. There's been a lot of work on this in the Senate, and so I strongly ask you for a no vote.
Representative Pabon, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, this is the crux of this bill when it comes to having a grand compromise that everyone can agree to. And the bottom line is not everyone has agreed to it. That's what a compromise is. And so what we're essentially doing is trying to preempt the will of the voters, even if they pass their ballot initiative. And so I don't know what precedent there is for that, but I don't think that's the road that we want to go down. We're going to be in a scenario where the legislature is essentially saying we know better than the voters. I certainly don't want that feeling, and I know if this ballot initiative goes forward that we need to reconcile this. So to me, this makes perfect sense to allow the voters to have their say if they do. If the ballot initiative doesn't go forward, this amendment is moot and has no effect on the bill, and the statute can go forward. So this is a safety clause of safety clauses to protect the voter intent. I ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Representative Pabon is absolutely right. Not everybody is in agreement. There's one wealthy individual who has promised large campaign donations to stop this bill. So you're absolutely correct. There is one person that's still not in agreement with this. There's one wealthy individual that has promised lots of campaign donations if they are to stop this bill or don't get the amendments that they want. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I come out against this amendment. All of us fully and completely respect the will of the voters. But realistically, we will pass, if this bill passes, we pass this bill. If the voters pass the ballot measure, it either overrides this or to what extent it dovetails with this, it does. We should look at this bill as it is freestanding. and not as it relates to any potential ballot measure. So I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, this bill has no connection to the initiatives other than the fact that they amend the same article of the statutes. I ask you for a no vote.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion on L025, the question before us is the Representative Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment is trying to ensure that the process that has already started with as many members of the public have seen at retail grocery stores around the state of Colorado, the initiative process has started full force. The titles have been set. I think I heard the term 50,000 signatures have already been collected. And this bill is the process of negotiation, many hours of negotiation, collaboration between many stakeholders. But part of that bill is to put this 1,500-foot setback, if you will, area that will be in statute, that regardless of how and what the language that passes, if it passes or not, this will still be in statute and will affect the language that passes or not. So I think that's what Representative Dorr is trying to do with this amendment, and to counter that wording at the bottom of page 2, or bottom of page 19.
Members, may I remind you that we are talking about Senate Bill 197. I've let it go a little bit farther than it should, I think. And let's bring it back to Senate Bill 197 so we can discuss this bill. We are also specifically to L025, the amendment to Senate Bill 197. So is there any further discussion specifically to this amendment? Seeing no further discussion to L025 of Senate Bill 197, the question before us is the adoption of L025. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No! The noes have it. L025 is lost. Back to the bill. Is there any further? Representative Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have some questions for the bill sponsors that I'm not able to locate the details that I need, because I represent a part of Colfax, North Aurora, and if you know anything about Colfax, you can find a liquor store every other block. And in North Aurora, we have what we call food deserts. That means that the grocery stores have moved out and people have to travel distance to get access to fresh fruits and vegetables. So I'm trying to understand what happens to some of those small liquor stores. I'm wondering how this bill is going to address that small business owner that may be a family business that owns the liquor store. I want to understand a little bit about the dynamics, about how that's going to have a ripple effect as it relates to so many mom and pop liquor stores that we have throughout all of our communities. I'm wondering how this bill is going to impact them, Representative Williams. Can you speak to that?
Representative Nordberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Fields, I'm happy to discuss this with you. It's kind of a larger conversation because this is more about a phased-in licensure scheme for grocery stores and how that might impact some of those smaller liquor stores that you've talked about and potentially having food deserts. But to speak to that, you first have to speak to the ballot initiative. And if the ballot initiative passes, overnight, close to 390 grocery stores around the state will automatically be allowed to sell beer and wine. Well, once you go down that road, there's a real concern that that's going to take up a lot of the profits and the ability for those small businesses to survive. This bill, in response, as a compromise, is trying to phase that out over a longer period of time. So specifically, and I'm happy to give you a summary, and I'm happy to talk to you outside the well a little bit more in detail, But starting in 2017 for grocery stores, they'll have the ability to get 4 additional licenses. 2022, 7 additional licenses. 2027, 12 additional. 2032, 19 additional. And 2037, it'll be unlimited licenses. But one of the key provisions of this bill for grocery stores, in order to expand and get a license, they have to acquire 2 existing licenses before they can get that 1 licenses. And that's a built-in measure, more or less, to help safeguard and help transition for those smaller liquor stores that you've just mentioned and allow them an opportunity to transition.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I have a question then about the number of liquor licenses that a grocery store can get as opposed to a mom and pop shop. Because the grocery store already has the infrastructure. All they need to do is apply for the license in order to then be able to find the shelf space within their existing store. How many mom and pop shops do we actually assume will take advantage of gaining an additional license when they don't already have the building and the infrastructure and the inventory to maintain that additional license? I mean, it kind of seems like we're making this offer, but we're making an offer to small businesses that may not be able to actually take advantage of that offer, as opposed to a grocery store, which already has the number of stores across the state to actually take advantage of having additional licenses. So I'm curious again about the number of licenses that a mom and pop shop could get versus the number of licenses that a grocery store can get.
Representative Thurlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Melton. I think it's a good question, and Representative Fields, it's the question that we struggled with for a couple hours in the Business Committee today, because we're sitting in the Business Committee, and some of us think about free markets, and we're trying to figure out how in the world this is a free market. I don't think it comes up with anything that even approaches that, but the way the bill started, I personally think it's a really bad bill. But I'm going to vote for it because it's the best that we can do for the small mom and pop liquor stores. The mom and pop liquor stores are the people that brought the bill, started the negotiation with the big grocery stores, and they are the ones that put the bill together. It's not perfect by any means. You know, the negotiation didn't get to some neat package where the grocery stores said, we won't run the ballot initiatives. We never got to that point, so there's still some danger. But I can tell you all of the small grocery stores that were at the hearing said, this is the best we can do. We know that if the ballot initiatives pass, we're going to be in serious trouble, and it's going to be a huge sea change all at once in what has been a regulated market, and it's going to go to a free market, and the 1,600 small grocery stores or small liquor stores are the ones that are going to be left out in the cold. So the compromise they put together is what they wanted, giving 4 and then 8 and then 12 and then eventually 20 licenses to the big stores, but with the provision that in order to get those licenses, they can't just apply for the license. The big stores have to purchase 2 liquor stores in a certain area, a circumference around their stores. So that was how it was negotiated. Believe me, it's not perfect. It's not free market. After 20 years, it might resemble something like a free market, but all of the small liquor store owners said, this is what we need to either have an exit from our business or to prosper as we go along in our business. So that's the progression of it, and that's how I came to this really weird decision that I think it's about as bad a bill as I will vote for this year, but I'm going to vote for it.
Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I've really appreciated a lot of the discussion and the questions and the answers and from the bill sponsors and other folks here in the chamber. So we heard this in committee for a number of hours this afternoon, and it was really difficult. As Representative Thurlow indicated, this is not an easy issue, and as we also heard from the bill sponsors, this is an issue that we've been dealing with since prohibition was repealed. And so we've come to a situation currently where we have a fairly tight regulated and a situation where it's very stable in terms of the market. And what the ballot measure would do is that it throws it open. What this bill does, Senate Bill 197, is it provides some element of certainty, particularly for the businesses I care about most in my district, and those are the small businesses, the small liquor stores, heavily family-owned. Now, I voted no in committee because that was my concern, is that this bill would crush those small businesses. Yet, as I hear these discussions, as I look at this issue, we need to make sure that we do protect those small businesses. And so as I look at this bill, as I listen to the discussion and the debate in this chamber, begrudgingly, as mentioned by Representative Thurlow, I will vote yes. It is not a bill that I particularly care for. I like this current situation. I like the current status of how we have our liquor stores in this state. And yet, I understand that we're now forced to move on from here. And if we're going to do that, we should do that in a relatively stable way. In a way that the small businesses can look and say, you know, this is what we can expect. So let's give them some business certainty so when they plan their business plans for the future, they can prepare and they can adapt and make sure that they succeed and that their businesses succeed. Thank you very much.
Representative Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Thurlow. You were up here not too long ago, and you were able to explain that the small liquor stores and folks came together in committee. I wasn't in the committee, but I know that when I leave here, I have to go out and explain this to the community. So what I get from you all is that there has been an agreement made with small business that they agree with this concept. And the concept is, if you're a small business, then the big retail chain is going to buy you out or give you some additional license or those kinds of things. And I guess that's how we're planning on coming up with this compromise with the small business owners, is that there's going to, these big retailers going to come in and provide some relief. Is that my understanding?
Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can address that question, and then also Representative Rosenthal's too, because as a real estate developer, one of the things that we have wrestled with for the last 20 years is how to get liquor stores into a development, especially good liquor stores. And so the real estate, the retail community has always supported the status quo because it was good for liquor stores and liquor stores were good for retail business. But this compromise is pretty unique. And one of the reasons that I would give to the people that are interested in small business, which I am also, is that not only do these small businesses, these liquor stores, have for the first time a good exit strategy, because the biggest problem that our current status quo does right now is that it does not allow liquor stores to open up a second liquor store. These family liquor stores, because they're only allowed to have one license per person and per family. So whenever they want to expand, they can't. And no matter how good of a liquor store you are. So for the first time, one of the things that this bill does is it allows one liquor store to buy another liquor store, up to 4 of them. So for the first time, somebody can take their concept, purchase another, and be able to expand it. And so that liquor store, to answer the question directly that Representative Fields has, not only is the exit strategy for that small mom and pop liquor store could sell out to a larger, but they can also sell to another competitor. So another small liquor store can buy that other liquor store, and then they can have 2 and up to 4 in this bill, which is another great provision here. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Wist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a spirited discussion about this bill in the Business Affairs and Labor Committee today. And I certainly think that if we look at where consumers are going on this issue, consumers are moving toward a free market. Consumers are telling us they want more choice, they want more convenience, and they're tired of us, frankly, members, for not taking action. So I certainly appreciate the hard work that the sponsors of this legislation have put together to get to a compromise. I'm not sure that we're there. And when we look at principles in this bill that say that as a matter of public policy, that as a matter of legislation, we're going to mandate that one business entity pay to another business entity that's adversely affected by a piece of legislation. And I'll leave it to you to decide whether you think that embraces free market principles. In my mind, it does not. Now, if we want to wait an appropriate period of time to allow transition of the principles of this bill into effect, I think that's a fair discussion for us to have. But mandating buyout provisions, I'd suggest to you, is unprecedented. Now, a couple of years ago, this body passed legislation to allow Uber and Lyft to operate. Did we at that time mandate that taxi cabs receive a buyout, that taxi cab companies receive a buyout? We did not. Did we mandate, and I'm saying this as a person from the Western Slope who grew up in the North Fork Valley, did we mandate that wind energy companies and renewable energy companies compensate coal companies for putting them out of business? We didn't do that either. So we seem to be creating this special carve-out where we're going to say, as a matter of public policy, we're going to require one business entity to transfer money to another business entity, and I suggest that that's not free market. One other thing I'll raise, certainly would like the sponsors to address this. I raised this in committee. I think there's a portion of this bill that arguably could preempt a vote of the citizens this November in terms of any ballot initiative. So I do have some lingering concerns on that point. With that, members, I do have some concerns about the bill, and I do urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 197, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 197. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 197 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, can you please read the title of Senate Bill 183?
Senate Bill 183 by Senator Shuffle and Carlson, Representatives Williams and Lawrence, concerning clarification of the General Assembly's intent to maintain the Public Utilities Commission's authority over basic emergency services while prohibiting the regulation of Internet Protocol-enabled services by defining the term basic emergency service in a manner that is consistent with such intent.
Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 183 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Oh.
Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee approved this bill and moved it forward to the House, and I would ask for a night vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. There is also a Business Committee report. Would someone like to move that? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Business Affairs and Labor report.
To the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, this started out as a 25-person interim committee. And through the Business Affairs and Labor report, we have reduced that to 6 members. They will be appointed. They're members of the legislature. I think it's critically important to understand that anyone who is interested in giving their feedback, any type of specialist, 911, the PSAPs, the sheriffs, the county, the voting members will only be 6. Everyone will be invited to be a part of this conversation in the task force, to have a robust conversation about 911. What do we look at going forward? What other states are doing? And I want to ask for an aye vote on the Business Affairs and Labor report.
Is there any discussion on the Business Affairs Committee report?
No.
Oh, I thought they were to the bill. Okay. Then I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L034 and ask that it be displayed.
L034 has been moved and is now displayed to the Business Committee report. Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what this amendment does is it just changes the name in the bill from interim committee to task force. We had referred to it both ways, and for clarification, moving forward, we want to make sure that the bill says this is a task force, so it just replaces that language and brings it into conformance throughout the bill language. And I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L034? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L034 to the Business Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted to the Business Committee report. Back to the Business Committee report, Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L035 and ask that it be displayed.
L035 has been moved and is now displayed. Madam Assistant Minority Leader, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was brought to our attention that the bill did not have language directing where this task force was going to report its findings. And so this just adds language that it will report to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee in the House and the Labor and Technology Committee in the Senate. And I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a substitute amendment to this.
And would you like to move it?
I move L037.
L037 as a substitute amendment to L035 to the Business Committee report has been moved and is now displayed. Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So basically, this substitute amendment just moves that the task force report to State Affairs and not the Business Affairs Committee. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, when you look at the structure here, 911 is under the PUC right now. The Department of Regulatory Agencies is a committee of reference for the Business Affairs and Labor Committee. The PUC reports to the PUC. And so I'll ask you for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that our 911 system is an issue of statewide concern for the public safety of our citizens, and so I would ask again for an aye vote on this substitute amendment.
Is there further discussion on the substitute amendment L037? Representative Kagan.
Members, I also urge an aye vote on this amendment. This is a matter of public safety. This is a matter of statewide concern. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on the substitute amendment. The bill that this originated from was passed in 14. That bill came through the Business Committee in the House and Business and Technology in the Senate. There is a relationship between the 911 service, the technology associated with the providers, whether they be cellular, VoIP, landline, whatever. It's actually tied to this committee, and per Representative Williams' reference, DORA is the oversight reference committee for, I'm sorry, the Business Committee is the oversight reference committee for DORA, which has direct oversight over this. So I would ask that we reject the substitute amendment and have an aye vote on the underlying amendment.
Is there further discussion? There is. Representative Coram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question would be, who does the SMART Act hearings on this presented to? Does it go to State Affairs or does it go to Business and Technology?
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Representative Coram. And this goes to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee in the House and the Business Technology Committee in the Senate. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Coram.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With that answer, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on the substitute amendment of L037. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L037 as a substitute amendment to L035. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. We are back to L035. L035. Is there further discussion on L035? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L035 to the Business Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L035 is adopted. Back to the committee report. Is there any further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report? Seeing none? Yeah. I'm sorry, Madam Assistant Minority Leader. No, you're fine. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Business Committee report is adopted. Now to the bill. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I know this bill has gone through a lot of changes. The bill as it sits today asks for a task force. That's the way we passed it out of Business Committee. We need to make sure that the task force reports back into the legislature, and the committee of reference is the Business Technology Committee in the Senate, and it is the Business Affairs and Labor Committee in the House, and I ask you for an aye vote on Senate Bill 183.
Further discussion, Madam Assistant Minority Leader, then Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, as Representative Williams said, this has gone through a lot of iterations since its introduction in the Senate earlier this year. But what this comes down to, and why we've created this task force, goes back to the original legislation that was passed in 14. And we want to make sure that we have a robust discussion, and basically this task force is going to be a big stakeholder meeting where everyone who I'm sure a lot of you have heard from, 911 service sheriffs in your district who are very concerned that somehow the 911 service is going to be interrupted, it's going to end, it's something terrible is going to happen to it. That is not the intent of this bill. This bill is to make sure that the legislation, the deregulation legislation that was passed in 14 is really what we meant. And when the PUC started overstepping their regulatory bounds, That's why this bill was introduced. It was basically to say what we passed in 14 was really what we meant, hands off. It was never the intent, and this discussion goes back to 14, the intent was never there to interrupt or disrupt 911 service. So this task force is going to be open to all interested parties to come in, tell us what's going on. We're going to take a look at best practices in other states so that we can make sure that Colorado has a very good, robust 911 service for every citizen in the state. Everyone wants to make sure that 911 is available, and that's what this task force will allow us to do. And hearing from rural, urban, everyone who's interested. We're not going to limit the 911 organizations who can come in and testify, which were originally limited in the bill, in the Senate's version as it came over. So I asked for an aye vote because what this is doing is fulfilling the promises from the 14 legislation and making sure that every 911 facility has their voice heard and that we assure Colorado that we have one of the best 911 services in the country. I ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to follow up on what Representative Lawrence indicated, a little bit about the prior legislation that we had passed, and I think that there's a difference in interpretation of what that bill had meant, and which is why I fully understand the necessity by the bill sponsors to actually have this legislation. I, however, have a different view, and so as I voted no in committee, I will vote no presently today on the floor. And the reason why is because in 2014, the governor sent a letter to the members of the legislature following up on House Bill 14-1329. And so what he said at the time, and I'm not going to go on too much, but with what he said was, with regard to public safety, we were clear from the outset that any reform effort must maintain reliable and common sense oversight of our basic emergency services, more commonly referred to as 911, and provide the public safety community the certainty to operate a 911 network regardless of technology. We believe that House Bill 1413-29, quote, deregulation of Internet protocol, achieves that goal. More specifically, the bill clarifies the PUC will maintain its current authority to regulate basic emergency services, regardless of technology, as provided in 40-15-201 of current statute. In addition, in order to clarify that deregulation of IP will not affect the PUC's authority to regulate basic emergency services. And that's the point that I wanted to get across, is that the PUC has the authority. They're developing rules. They're exercising on those rules. That's what the governor indicated that they have the power to do. And he mentioned specifically in statute in his letter, nothing in this Part 4 shall be construed to affect, modify, limit, or expand the Commission's authority to regulate basic emergency services. So I do not believe that this bill is necessary. I don't believe we need to study it because I believe that
Representative Rosenthal, can you give me a second, please? Please, members, let's pay attention to what's going on in the well. We can barely hear, and I know a lot of people out there can't hear either. Please proceed, Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to basically recap, what the governor says in his letter is that the 911 is under the purview, the 911 regulation is under the purview of the PUC under statute 40-15-401, where he quotes in his letter of 2014, nothing in this Part 4 shall be construed to affect, modify, limit, or expand the Commission's authority to regulate basic emergency services. If that's the case, the law is clear. We don't need to study it any further. We don't need to take any further action, and therefore I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Rosenthal, I want to thank you for referring to the governor's letter. that you read. And basically what the letter said is that the PUC would maintain its current authority. 911 would remain status quo in House Bill 141329. And when we passed that bill, we said what we meant, and we meant what we said. What the PUC did is they started overreaching their authority and started to do rulemaking on technology that they didn't have purview over. So that's where this basically started. That's where this bill started, because the legislature has already voted on this issue, and it's the job of the PUC to administrate and not make law. You have voted on this. Now, as we move forward, there are a lot of groups that got very excited about this. And so therefore, in an effort to address the 911 issue, not only in the purview of the authority of the PUC, but how do we make sure that 911 has a voice in the best interest of our communities and moving forward? It's just a task force. I'm going to tell you that this is something we need to do in order to move 911 forward. And finally, I will ask you for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 183? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 183. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 183 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Kohler, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, Committee of the Whole begs leave to report is that under consideration following attached bills being second reading thereof and makes following recognitions thereon. Senate Bill 77, 183, amended 197, amended 212, 215, 217, 218, passed on second reading or revised placed on counter for hearing upon passage. House Bills 1343 and 1468 laid over until May 12th.
Representative Foote.
Madam Speaker, I move the House adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole.
There is one amendment on the desk. Mr. Kohler, please read the Representative Lontine amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Lontine moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole diversity action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Lontine Amendment L037 to Senate Bill 183 to show that said amendment passed and the Senate Bill 183 as amended passed.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Montine amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Proper motion and properly displayed, and 1 minute. Members, may we have your attention? We're in the Committee of the Whole. Thank you. Please proceed, Representative Montine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ran this amendment as a substitute amendment to where the task force reported. I still believe that this is an issue of statewide concern, and I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
There's further discussion on the Montine amendment to the Committee of the Whole. Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we had a pretty lengthy debate on this. I ask for a no vote on this, Cal.
Further discussion. Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, having chaired the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee for a few years now, have seen many bills come before us which do deal with matters of statewide concern. And having heard from many constituents throughout the state, I agree with Representative Montine that the State Affairs Committee would be the appropriate place for this report to go. And I urge an aye vote on this amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Members, just one note from the speaker on this is that we will have to slightly rewrite this amendment. It was a substitute motion, and so we're in the process of doing that. And it will not change the discussion on the sense of the amendment. So please proceed, Representative Kagan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My understanding of the kind of regulation that the PUC does over the 911 service is they determine how often do you check to make sure equipment is working, how do you deploy resources when the equipment breaks down, do you require police cars or emergency vehicles to cover areas where there's been a 911 failure, how much reporting do you do back? These are not technological or business concerns. These are public safety concerns. What do we do when 911 goes down? How do we react? How much do we require them to report what the failure rate is? These are standard public safety procedures, just as we have with the fire service, just as we have with the police service. We have those with the 911 service. These are not business questions that involve profits and losses, that involve directly. Of course, they involve profits and losses, but the kind of regulation that the PUC does of 911 is routine safety regulation with a public safety face. Now, where is the best place to handle these reports of how well these businesses are doing? It is with state affairs. It is with state affairs. This is public safety. This is reporting requirements, cover requirements, exactly the same as when we're coordinating fire response, exactly when we're coordinating police response, we are coordinating 9/11 response. And I urge an aye vote. The State Affairs Committee is the very appropriate committee for this type of regulation.
Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we've already talked about the Committee of Reference, SMART Act hearings. But the most important issue here, and think about this very closely, because it's probably the most important thing that we're going to talk about here tonight. When you call 911, that is an emergency. But I got to tell you from personal experience, the survival rate of 911 in state affairs is not very good.
Representative Kraft-Tharp.
Thank you.
I don't know how you can follow quorum. So I urge a no vote on this. This issue needs to stay with the Business Affairs Committee. We've been dealing with this issue for a number of years. There's consistency, there's history. I urge a no vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Klingenschmidt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have not been a member of the State Affairs Committee, but I felt like I've spent enough time there. I urge a no vote.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's a hard act to follow. Let me tell you a story. As you know, I represent Northwest Colorado. There is only one line that is capable of carrying 911 from the I-70 corridor into Routt County. This past year, it's gone down not once, but twice. What that's meant is for 24 hours in both cases, we did not have 911. Thank God we had cooperation between local emergency responders and the Forest Service, and thank God nobody died. I think this is an issue of state interest, and for 911, with all due respect to the bill sponsors, this should go to state affairs. Thank you.
Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise in support of this amendment. I am also on the Business Committee, but as mentioned earlier by some of the other members, I think it is important to, as Representative Mitch Bush pointed out, this is a serious concern because when people call 911, they need certainty that they're going to get through. And as we heard, is that there are instances and there are statistics that show that there are times when there are outages. And these outages make it a safety issue that is of statewide concern. And therefore, it is under the proper place that this task force report to the State Affairs Committee. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I renew my ask to have a no vote on this. And as myself and the Vice Chair has said, number one, this is where all of the knowledge has set for years in the Business Affairs and Labor and the Business Technology Committee in the Senate. And I'll say it again, the Committee of Reference for the PUC, the Committee of Reference for the PUC is the Business Affairs and Labor Committee. So what I do is I want to renew asking you for a no vote. But I invite all of you who want to attend the task force and ask that the committee of reference be changed, I would welcome you to do that. That's what I would ask you to do, because that's what that task force is going to be asking for, is giving feedback. We're not questioning the safety of the people of Colorado and the importance of 911, but I would invite all those who would like to see the Committee of Reference go to the State Affairs Committee, that you show up for the task force and express your concerns. I renew my ask for a no vote.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to clear up something. DORA may be going to the business community. The PUC reports to the Transportation and Energy Committee. All right? We hear from them on a regular basis. They come down and talk to us. We're very tuned into what they do. But just as a point of fact, they come and talk to us every year. SMART Act, summer times, TLRC, we hear from them a lot. I think putting it in the Business Committee is definitely the wrong place. This is a matter of public safety. It is a matter of statewide concern. It's not a matter of whether this business is better than that business or whether this business should be regulated. It's a matter of public safety for the people of Colorado.
Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did want to just elaborate a little bit on what the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee deals with. And when we say matters of state affairs, we're also talking about national security, We're talking about Homeland Security, and our committee does deal with all of those issues, and that certainly is an issue that we get involved with when we're worried about the security of our 911 system. So that's another reason that I'm supporting the Lontine amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Thurlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I submit that this is one of those Molly Auto reports that we're all going to get and nobody's going to read anyway. So I move substitute amendment that we send the report to the whole House of Representatives.
Representative Casey Becker.
I am not kidding you when I tell you that he just made my exact point.
Representative Arndt.
Thank you very much. I'm very much in favor of this bill, and I am on the business committee, and I am a very profit-oriented free market type of girl. But I do think this is a matter of public safety, and I don't really care if it goes to state affairs or transportation, but we have to remove that whole idea of what's good for business and what's good for Coloradans, and I think the 911 is fundamentally about the safety of Coloradans, so I support the Lontine amendment. Thank you.
Representative Lawrence, Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we have had extended debate on what shouldn't be this complicated, and yet it seems to be. So once again, I'm going to ask you for a no vote on this amendment. This bill and the foundation upon which it's built has been heard in the Business Committee in the House and in the Senate since 2014. There is institutional knowledge in the members of those committees so that they have a reference that they can look back to as to what was in the original legislation, what was supposed to be done, and whether it's being done or not. That's one of the main reasons why it's going back to that same committee of reference. We are not trying to interfere in any way with the safety issues involved in 911. But it does involve technology. And that's why this needs to stay in the committee of reference that it has historically been in. And I ask for a no vote on this so that we can move forward and try to make 911 as good as it can be and make Colorado one of the leaders in the country. Please vote no on this.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to say that I want to concur with what Representative Art brought up, was that this is a matter of public safety. This is a matter of statewide concern. And the reason I brought this forward is because I am concerned that having it in the business affairs makes it more of a profit motive issue. And so I'm really concerned about that. And as far as committee of reference, I think Representative Tyler brought up the point that really PUC is Transportation's committee of reference. The Transportation Committee is a committee of reference for the PUC, but I did not know that before I ran this amendment. I still see it as a matter of statewide concern, and I am concerned that we need to separate that out from profit motive. And for that reason, I believe this is the right thing to do. And I ask for your vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Representative Lontine amendment to the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 32 ayes, 33 noes, the Lontine amendment to the Committee of the Whole report is lost. We are now to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote on adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
So, Madam Speaker, that takes us back to third reading, and we'll just
Okay.
start up again.
Which one did we stop at? 87? Hmm? Yeah. Close the machine. With 65 ayes and no noes, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're back to third reading of bills.
We will now move back to third reading of bills. Mr. Kohler and members, we are in third reading. Please take your seats. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 87.
Senate Bill 87 by Senator Baumgartner, also Representative Tyler, concerning funding for the Highway Rail Crossing Signalization Fund in connection with making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 87 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of Senate Bill 87 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no objection or discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 50 ayes and 15 noes, Senate Bill 87 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 161.
Senate Bill 161 by Senator Crowder, also Representative Primavera, concerning the regulation of athletic trainers without division of professions and occupations in the Department of Regulatory Agencies in connection with making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 161 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of Senate Bill 161 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 47 ayes and 18 noes, Senate Bill 161 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 163.
Senate Bill 163 by Senator Johnston, also Representative Kagan, concerning a study of an organizational recodification of Title 12 of the Colorado Revised Statutes governing the regulation of professions and occupations in connection with making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 163 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of Senate Bill 163 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 65 ayes and no noes, Senate Bill 163 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 180.
Senate Bill 180 by Senators Woods and John, also Representatives Kagan and Ransom, concerning a specialized program within the Department of Corrections for certain offenders who were convicted as adults for offenses they committed as juveniles in connection with making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 180 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of Senate Bill 180 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 62 ayes and 3 noes, Senate Bill 180 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 199.
Senate Bill 199 by Senators Scott and Stedman, also Representatives Del Grosso and Jadal, concerning programs of all-inclusive care for the elderly in connection with determining the capitated rate for services, for creating an ombudsman for participants in programs of all-inclusive care for the elderly and making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 199 on third reading and final passage.
The motion is for passage of Senate Bill 199 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Fields. Close the machine. With 52 ayes and 13 noes, Senate Bill 199 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 204.
Senate Bill 204 by Senator Lambert, also Representative Rankin, concerning the Higher Education Revenue Bond Intercept Program.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 204 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of Senate Bill 204 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 58 ayes, 7 noes, Senate Bill 204 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of SCR 2.
Senate concurring Resolution 2 by Senator Baumgartner, also Representative Vigil, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning exemption from property taxation for possessory interest in real property if the actual value of the interest is less than or equal to $6,000 as such adjusted for inflation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of SCR 2 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of SCR 2 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. This will require a 2/3 vote. Close the machine. With 59 ayes and 6 noes, the Ed Vigil Representative Memorial SCR 2 is passed. Co-sponsors.
These jokes are funny than you know one.
Mr. Caller, please read the title of Senate Bill 169.
Senate Bill 169 by Senators Martinez, Umedica, and Cook also represents Kraft, Tharp, and Landgraf concerning changes related to the 72-hour emergency mental health procedure.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 169 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of Senate Bill 169 on third reading and final passage. Representative Salazar.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, the bill sponsors took on a monumental and Herculean task with this bill, and we should all commend them for that, because this bill is not easy. It's essentially trying to develop a system by which we can care for those who are mentally ill. And the current statute, which has been in existence for about 30 years, is wholly inadequate. Unfortunately, this General Assembly has not deemed it worthy to prioritize funding mental health issues to the extent where we can actually help out the mentally ill in rural areas. And we should be ashamed of ourselves for that, because there's a lot of people out in the rural areas who need help. But even though, as I say that, I'm going to be a no vote on this bill, because I think that this bill goes in a direction that is opposite of the direction that we should be going. This bill pretty much obliterates due process. And we try to justify it in our minds that, well, we got to do something. These are the mentally ill. Who knows what's going to happen in your community if we don't do something about it? And the sheriffs did not like this bill, and they wanted a 2-year provision in there because they want the state to get off its can and actually work on this issue. That's why they wanted the 2-year provision in there. They wanted to force us to actually do something about it. And unfortunately, that didn't get on the bill. So what they're concerned about is they're concerned that this is just going to kick the can down the road for God knows how long. But now we have even more due process violations occurring throughout the state, and particularly in rural areas. I hope you feel good about that, because that's what we're doing. We're going to be hurting folks in rural areas. No due process. And we're kicking the can down the road. One of the things that was said during committee that really got to me was the fact that what we are looking to do here is essentially the practice that has happened with the mentally ill centuries ago, where we demonize them, where we create fear in the minds of others in the community in order to justify their arrest. They're being held in custody. I could have supported this bill if there was a due process provision put in it. I could have supported this bill if the 2-year provision had been put in it that would have forced the General Assembly to get off its keister and actually address the concerns of the rural community. But I can't now. I can't, because none of those things got on there. And I'm certainly not going to support a bill by having anybody try to scare me into it, saying, well, what happens if someone has a mental health incident in your community? Wouldn't you want them to be detained by the sheriff if they couldn't go to a mental health facility or an emergency medical facility? I just think that that kind of fear-mongering isn't something that we should be doing, because we've been working our way out of that when it comes to the mentally ill. But I get that this is a tough bill, and I get that you worked really, really hard, and I really do appreciate. I have no idea where Representative Kraft-Tharp went, but I really appreciate you guys for doing the work that you did. I'm just sorry that I can't support the bill in its current form.
Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a safety issue, and maybe we should send it to State Affairs. But I'm going to tell you I'm supporting this bill. I worked on this bill last year because this bill has a special interest to me. 2 years ago, late one night, I got a call from a mother of two whose husband had been taken into custody. He was suicidal, had threatened to kill himself and the entire family. The sheriff's department decided that there was nothing they could do. She called me. She didn't suspect that he would know to look in my house for her and her children. This comes home. This is real. This is a matter of safety. I totally respect due process, but the life of a mother and two children is far more important. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative, looks like there's no more discussion. Seeing no more discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote on Senate Bill 169. Representative Moreno. Representative Moreno excused. Close the machine. With 53 ayes, 11 noes, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 169 is passed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 208.
Senate Bill 208 by Senator Hill, also Representatives Williams and Size, concerning maintaining the same funding calculation for a charter school that converts from a district charter school to an institute charter school or from an institute charter school to a district charter school.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 208 on third reading and final passage.
The question is the passage of Senate Bill 208 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 65 ayes and no noes, Senate Bill 208 is passed. Co-sponsors.
And so, Madam Speaker, the next thing is going to be consideration of conference committee reports.
Okay. Close the machine. Next order of business is consideration of conference committee reports. Senate Bill 106. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine. Please read the title of Senate Bill 106.
Senate Bill 106 by Senator Holbert, also Representative Salazar, concerning measures to facilitate the efficient administration of Colorado laws governing campaign finance.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I move the House adopt the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 106.
The motion is to adopt the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 106. Please proceed, Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as you heard, I am the prime sponsor in this chamber, and Senator Holbert is the prime sponsor in the Senate. We put an amendment on there to remove the collection responsibilities away from the Secretary of State's office and allow people to make their collections on attorney's fees in court. After speaking with Senator Holbert, he said, I think that's too substantive for this bill. It's something that might need to be run next year, and I agreed with him, And so therefore, that's why I'm asking for support of the adoption of the report of the first conference committee.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 106. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Duran. Close the machine. With 64 ayes and 1 no, the first report of the first conference committee for Senate Bill 106 is passed. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 106 as amended.
The motion is for repassage of Senate Bill 106 as amended. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 65 ayes and no noes, Senate Bill 106 is repassed as amended. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader. Oh, co-sponsors. I'm going to need another sign probably before we're done with this. Close the machine. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
The motion is to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1439.
House Bill 1439, Representative Garnett, also Senator Holbrook, concerning the creation of a new alcohol beverage license under the Colorado Liquor Code to permit a lodging and entertainment facility to sell alcohol beverages by the drink for consumption on the licensed premises, in connection with allowing the holder of a tavern license to convert the tavern license to a lodging and entertainment license or other appropriate license under specified conditions.
Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nice job, Mr. Kohler. I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1439.
The motion is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1439. Please explain yourself, Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the Senate added a contingency language at the end of the bill in case Senate Bill 197 passes, which Representative Pabon pointed out it did on second reading. And so I would urge an aye vote on concurrence.
Is there further discussion on concurrence on House Bill 1439? Seeing none, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 65 ayes and no noes, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1439 is passed. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1439 as amended.
The motion is for repassage of House Bill 1439 as amended. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 65 ayes and no noes, House Bill 1439 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1426.
House Bill 1426, Representatives Primavera and Willett, also Senators Tate and John, concerning intentional misrepresentation of entitlement to an assistance animal.
Madam Majority Leader. Oh, Representative Primavera. Representative Willett. I'll get it right here pretty soon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Members of this fine and hardworking House, I move that this House concur with the amendments of the Senate.
The motion is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1426. Please explain yourselves, folks. Representative Willett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the Senate didn't do bad work here. They reduced the fines. There's some very minimal fines on this bill. If you're warned first and then found to be guilty of misrepresentation of your animal. And so they reduced those fines, and then second of all, they clarified the definition of what a service animal is and what a comfort pet is under the Fair Housing Act and the Disability Act. So it's good amendments. Please vote yes.
Representative Primavera.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I didn't really want to concur with the Senate amendments, but Representative Willett was dogged in his determination, so.
Representative Willett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We from the West Slope ain't no mongrels.
Is there further discussion on concurrence on House Bill 1426? Seeing none, the question before us is concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1426. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 61 ayes and 4 noes, concurrence is passed for House Bill 1426. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1426 as amended.
The question is for repassage of House Bill 1426 as amended. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 65 ayes and no noes, House Bill 1426 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1222.
House Bill 1222, Representatives Rankin and Tyler, also Senators Todd and Hill, concerning increasing the availability of supplemental online education resources in connection with creating the statewide supplemental online and blended learning program and making an appropriation.
Representative Rankin.
Madam Speaker, I suggest that we allow my friend and colleague and, distinguished representative in his twilight hours as a representative to make this motion.
Please proceed, Representative Tyler, and watch those twilight hours.
In my twilight hours, you can tell it's twilight hours because I'm going to make a motion. I move to concur with Senate amendments.
The motion is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1222. Please explain yourself.
Madam Speaker, the Senate did make a couple Senate-like amendments. They thought they needed to put technology in here a little bit and saying we ought to use technology for doing technology using, online learning. And they also put some reporting information in here, said that these folks ought to be reporting what they're doing and saying they're doing a good job. Not bad work for the Senate, so I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Rankin.
Brilliant explanation. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is concurrence with Senate amendments to House Bill 1222. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives Court and McCann. Close the machine. With 64 ayes and 1 no, concurrence is passed for House Bill 1222. Okay. Members, we are in the meeting of the House. Let's just try to keep it down a little bit. We'll work it out with Max here in a minute. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1222 as amended.
The motion is for repassage of House Bill 1222 as amended. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 51 ayes and 14 noes, the Max Tyler Memorial House Bill 1222 bill is passed, repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1112.
House Bill 1112 by Representative Landgraf, also Senator Crowder, concerning the creation of the training veterans to train their own service dogs pilot program in connection with making an appropriation.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that to concur with Senate amendments.
The motion is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1112. Please proceed, Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Senate very appropriately appropriated an appropriation.
Representative Landgraf, I'm a little tired. Would you mind repeating that, please?
Not at all, Madam Speaker. The Senate appropriately appropriated an appropriation.
Sounds reasonable to me for the lower body. Is there further discussion on concurrence on House Bill 1112? Seeing none, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 65 ayes and no noes, concurrence is passed for House Bill 1112. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1112 as amended.
The motion is for repassage of House Bill 1112 as amended. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 57 ayes and 8 noes, House Bill 1112 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1345.
House Bill 1345, Representative Kagan, also Senator Cook, concerning the continuation of the Sex Offender Management Board in connection with implementing the recommendations of the 2015 Sunset Report issued by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Representative Kagan. House Bill 1345. Does that ring a bell, Representative Kagan?
Yes, it does, but I can't remember whether I was concurring or whether... Is there any indication at the desk whether I'm concurring? No, really. I'm concurring. I heartily concur with the Senate's amendments. And I have to tell you, gosh, they did a fabulous job. They did a tremendous job on making this a better bill. I urge an aye vote.
I believe the motion there is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1345. And please explain yourself, Representative Kagan.
Right. Oh, yes. Okay. I remember now. I remember everything. Hey, you think I don't remember? I remember. What the Senate did was they added a recommendation that we insert a subcommittee into the Sex Offender Management Board, which is 80% composed of therapists, because therapists do to help the Sex Offender Management Board revise the standards and guidelines, which is one of their primary functions. So the Senate said, okay, you've got to revise the standards and guidelines. We've given you a timeline in which to do it. Form a subcommittee, put real therapists on that subcommittee to advise us as to how we should revise the standards and guidelines in a timely fashion. And it really is a good suggestion that the Senate has made, and I really do urge an aye vote on this concurrence.
Is there further discussion on concurrence? Representative Lawrence, Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask that we reject this because what they did was they extended the sunset date. And that was one of the most important changes that we made in the House Judiciary Committee. They moved the sunset date out to 2023. And we asked that we have a shorter sunset period because after going through this review, we found this board to be somewhat dysfunctional. And we thought they needed a much shorter review time rather than pushing it out to when everyone who is currently on the committee is gone. So there's no point of reference the next time this comes up for sunset review. That seems to be the trend in all the sunset reviews, is they have their presentation and then they don't come back again until everybody who was sitting on that committee is gone. That's how these things just continue in perpetuity and get nothing done. That was, to me, the most important part that we changed in this bill, and that's why I asked for a no vote on a concurrence.
Representative Kagan.
I actually join Representative Lawrence's. I apologize. I apologize, members. I really apologize. This is a serious subject, and I have not. I wasn't with it. But that's. I absolutely agree with Representative Lawrence. This needs to go to a. So I make a substitute motion to return this to a conference committee, not concur with this, and convene a conference committee.
So the motion is to reject Senate amendments to House Bill 1345 and to form a conference committee. Is further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote on forming a conference committee on House Bill 1345. Representatives Hamner, Lontine, and Ryden. Representative Hamner excused. Close the machine. With 64 ayes, no noes, and 1 excused, a conference committee is formed for House Bill 1345. The conferees are Representative Kagan, Chair, Representative Lee, and Representative Carver. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar to tomorrow, Wednesday, May 11th.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, May 11th. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Announcements and introductions.
All right, members, thank you for all of your hard work. Tomorrow we are going to have a delayed start, and we won't start until 10 a.m. And don't forget, we have a very, very special guest tomorrow, so remember to wear orange, blue, or your Broncos gear. Thanks.
Representative Court.
Thank you, folks.
And members, may we have your attention? This is an important announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We won't start our work until 10, but don't forget that tomorrow morning, starting at 8:15, I know it's early, but starting at 8:15, we will have a celebration out on the balcony for our retiring staff. And I think we all owe them the respect to show up a little earlier at least than 10, excuse me, even if you can't be here by 8:15. John Wall and Pat Geddes, Corey Kohler, and Pam Vito are all retiring, and it's going to start. I can't delay it. Marilyn has already got it all planned.
We can delay it.
You want to start later? When do you want to start?
9 o'clock.
9.
9.
9. All right. Marilyn said, I stand corrected. If Marilyn decides, we do what Marilyn says. Marilyn says it'll start at 9. So please be here to show our appreciation to our retiring staff. 2 other things, please. Members, 2 other things. Please remove all the files from the top of your file cabinets. Otherwise, our assignables have to stay tonight to take care of them. So please leave nothing on top of the black file cabinets. And tomorrow, as we go through our day, please empty your desks. Empty your desks. You don't have to empty the files, but your top drawer and the little side files on your the little side compartments, empty your desks. No, you don't have to do it now, but as you go through the day tomorrow or by the end of the week, please empty your desks. The assignables will be going through emptying the file cabinets, and they will remove things from your desks as well if you don't. Thank you.
Further announcements and introductions. Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Education members, just a reminder, we are not meeting for breakfast. We're meeting for a late brunch at 12 o'clock outside of the patio 271. So tomorrow at 12.
Further announcements and introductions. Seeing none, Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Corey. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in adjournment until tomorrow, Wednesday, May 11th at 10 a.m.
The motion is to stand in adjournment until tomorrow, May 11th at 10 a.m. Seeing no objection, we are in adjournment. Have a good short evening, folks.